Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to SFScon Online 2020 edition. I'm Luisa Marangon, and I will be the moderator of Track 2, Community Management, and OW2 track. I will introduce the speakers. I will let you know what they will talk about, and I will read the questions that you have the possibility to write in the comment box that you can find under the streaming online on the website. So my role is to keep the times because we have 4 parallel sessions this year, and as we want to know more and about SFScon, about all the topics, we will try to keep the times in order to let you switch to a session between sessions. So, with no further hesitation, I will ask you participants to write your comments and your questions in the comment box during the speaker talk so that I can read them later on after the talk. So, I will start presenting the next speaker. So, even if we are talking about community management and scaling development processes, so even if you're not a big team, a large team distributed across the world or globally, you still have some issues. You have back-end, front-end, library of reusable UI components that are shared. So this is very complicated to manage. The next speaker, Juri Strumpf-Lohner, will explain how to scaling development and how to go beyond basics. He's a South Tyrolean guy, and he's a JavaScript architect and an engineering manager. A big welcome to Juri.
Thank you. All right, so let's get started. Welcome everyone to my talk about beyond basics, scaling development across large teams. So first of all, who am I? My name is Joris Stromfloner. I'm from Bolzano. I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies. I'm also an instructor at Egghead and Cypress ambassador. So right now I work at Novel as a JavaScript architect and engineering manager. And Novel has been founded by two ex-Googlers, Victor Safkin and Jeff Cross. And our goal basically is to help your team learn, grow, and be successful. So how do we do that? We have different approaches. First of all, we help companies plan their priorities, their roadmap. We try to identify technical constraints. Then we also obviously provide training, which can be nowadays online or on site, or we talk at conferences such as this one. Our preferred way, however, is to work embedded as part of your team. Because that's how we can actually basically find the challenges that come up and handle them immediately as they arise when your project progresses. So we work really at scale. Like some of our clients are some of the world's most ambitious Fortune 500 companies. So here are some of them, such as T-Mobile, Shutterstock, or VMware. And working at scale means having hundreds of developers to work on the same repository at the same time. And so here are some statistics from some of our clients. Basically, we have merge requests basically that are about 400 in a single month and about 45 that we'll try to continuously merge into master. So how do you scale those numbers? Well, we do it with open source, and especially with NX, which is our open source developer tool, especially designed and optimized for monorepos. There is the website below, so you can go to nx.dev or directly on GitHub. As mentioned, it is open source, so you can directly follow along there and interact with us. So today I would like to go briefly across those three topics, which is modern development tools and how NX helps you there, drive automation, and how to automate good architecture in general. And lastly, obviously, speed, which is like the most probably important one in general. So what about modern development tools? In general, we try to find the best tools that are currently available on the market and embed them into NX and make sure that they are properly set up for our developers. And we have support for, as you can see, majority of the front-end frameworks such as Angular, React, or even some community plugins that allow for Vue development. We support NGRX, Storybook, but also on the backend side, we have integrations for Nest.js, Next.js, or just plain Node apps, and .NET and Java is following very soon. Those are the main plugins which we support, like we support them out of the box and we maintain them, but we recently opened that up and made our platform extensible. And we have a really large and vibrant community which provides plugins, for instance, for mobile development, but also to provide scaffolding tools to optimize your architectural layout in general. So speaking about architecture, how do you drive and automate architecture at those scales? Well, I would like to talk about a couple of things there. First of all, feature boundaries, right? If you generate new applications nowadays, or if you start new apps, be it in Angular or React or even in other frameworks, you often end up with that single big app with like subdivided into folders maybe, which represents your features. And this is kind of a monolithic structure, which especially if your application grows and you have more developers on it, this doesn't scale anymore. Like the problems will come out of this very soon. So in NX, what we have as a default building blocks, if you want, is applications and libraries. So at the very top, you have basically just a very thin application layer, and then all of the features and all of the libraries, all of the data and logic basically sits in well-defined libraries. And I call them workspace libraries because, like, especially as a developer, you immediately think about like reusable libraries. They have to be published somewhere. No, they don't really have to, right? They can sit directly just in that workspace and be linked to that application. And in fact, our usually suggestion is that 90% of your logic sits in those shareable libraries, while the application layer is really just like the deployable, right? Where you bundle things together. So you link the libraries which you want to have, and then you publish them to some production environment. And in fact, many start this way. And as they go with that structure, they figure they can even like split them up into multiple applications. So for instance, you have that kind of a store application, for instance, which has like a public facing part and a more administrative like back office part. So in those cases, you can split them up, link the libraries that make sense for each of those applications, and then deploy them separately and also scale them separately, of course. So in general, libraries represent much stronger boundaries than just like having features. And the main reason is that you have to think about what you want to expose from a library and what others can basically import, which in a folder structure isn't the case. And so this leads like intrinsically to a better architecture in general. Then there's the next point, which is restricting access. And so like once you have all those libraries in place, and now this is a very simple example here on my slide, but this can really grow up to 50 and 100 libraries in a large team. And so there you want to probably impose some restrictions of what library can depend on what other library. And so in NX, we have kind of a linting mechanism, which allows to attach strings to it. And so basically you can, for instance, at that type app to the application layer types, you can say like these libraries are our features, and these are more infrastructural libraries. So let's tag them with type util. So these are really just arbitrary strings. So you can really define them how you want to have them. Similarly for the scope, you can do the same mechanism. So we can say like these are libraries that are part basically of the public facing store application, while these are more the administrative part, basically which we tag this way. And then we can have like shared libraries, of course, which are the utility libraries and infrastructural libraries. So what's the motivation behind that? The motivation is to define rules. And so with rules, basically, what you can do is you can actually say that, for instance, a type application should not be able to depend like on another application, but rather just on a type feature. Similarly, you can also say that type, for instance, like utility should only be able to depend on another type utility. And also with the scope, you can say like the parts that just belong to the public-facing library, public-facing application should only be able to depend on libraries that also make part of that application layer. So this way you can basically separate your application boundaries. And this can be done via simple like custom linting rules, which you can define in this JSON kind of structure. Another part is also visualizing dependencies. So as your whole repository, as your workspace grows, you might want to see what are the dependencies between those libraries. And we all know that creating those architectural diagrams, they are usually already out of date when you create them. And so in NX, we have a mechanism where you can basically invoke NX dependency graph, which will calculate on the fly out of your source code the actual dependencies between the applications and libraries in such a graph, which you can see on the slide here. And finally, feature reusability, which is obviously a big part there. And we have already kind of seen that, where we split up the application in like 2 different applications and we'll link them with the libraries. And this is really easy because they have already that structure in place. But you can even go a step further. Like you don't just have like maybe just an Angular app, but you have also React applications, you have backend applications. And being able to share code among them, especially between backend and front-end code, is really a big plus in terms of being able to quickly deliver features, but also to have a type-safe and good quality architecture. And finally, speed. Speed is probably the most important part. And at now, for instance, we believe strongly in monorepos. In a monorepo, you have one code base where basically all of your projects live, all of your teams work on, backend and front-end ideally. Now, to be honest, this is not always the case. Like even in big companies, what you have is more probably like multiple monorepos based on the kind of business units. It depends a bit on the organizational structure. So why monorepos? You might think like, what's wrong with normal plain multi-repos, or how you want to call them? The reason is the following. Like there are some issues sometimes, especially if you want to deliver features fast, because like we have shared code even in multi-repo scenarios. And that shared code usually has to be deployed to some centralized NPM repository or to some Artifactory. It has to be versioned, and it has to be, we have to deal basically with backwards compatibility and those kind of things. And so for the more, every of those libraries also has its own dependencies itself. Like it has its own, for instance, if you're on front-end space, its own Angular React version, its own TypeScript version, its own testing toolkits, and so on. And so this might come and might be hard over time basically to maintain. So especially in that scenario, if you think about at an organizational level, like how difficult is it for you to upgrade your framework, whether it be Angular, React, Vue, whatever? How difficult is it to release security patches across like all those applications, or do like cross-cutting refactoring parts? They can be really, really tedious, especially like if you have to deploy and manage all those backwards compatibilities. Now in a monorepo, this thing is quite different. So there you have one version of Angular, one version of TypeScript, one version of your testing tool. And upgrading one of those is basically simply creating a feature branch in your Git repository, changing it, running all the tests across all the various applications, and making sure whether you broke something or not. This is also how Google scales their own infrastructure, basically. But obviously there's a but here. You need good tooling to support that, because like you cannot really, with every feature request, like build, test, lint, everything, like all of the applications, all of the libraries. That simply doesn't scale. And so you have to have good tooling. And NX, for instance, here helps you in that it knows what you're building. So we have seen that dependency graph, and that's not only for visualization purposes, but NX can actually, if you have a feature branch, figure out basically what changed. It walks through the commits, identifies the parts that changed. And for instance, in this case, it can identify that just those 3 parts have been affected by the change. And so all of the other libraries here don't have to be rebuilt, basically. So it ends up just building and testing those 3. And this, as you can imagine, saves a lot of time. And these are the so-called affected commands, which you can invoke in this way. But there's another thing as well. There's a computation caching, which we have introduced recently, which is kind of memorization at the code level, if you want. So basically, every NX instance, when you execute a build or test against some set of source code, NX remembers that part and stores it in a local cache inside your own workspace. And so if you re-execute that on the same set of source code, it doesn't execute the computation again, but just like shows you the result. Now, this is just local for every developer, but this is where NX Cloud comes into play as well. So with NX Cloud, what you can do is you can actually synchronize that local caching to a centralized location. And so meaning if I execute a set of tests on a set of libraries, and then later on my coworker comes into the office and executes also a similar command on a similar subset of source code, it won't execute the actual command, but it just restores them from the NX Cloud repository. So this is a distributed cache, basically. And it gets even more interesting when CI server also takes part of that. Because like, first of all, the CI server can kind of benefit from the cache results being produced by the developers, but also it produces a lot of new cache results, which developers again can benefit. So here's just a very simple overview of what the building times might look like. So at the very top, you see basically a naive workspace build time where you just build one after the other. And that obviously takes a whole lot of time. And it gets bigger and bigger as your workspace increases, of course. The affected build is when we use basically those affected commands. So we can exclude part of our workspace already. Then we can even parallelize it, and meaning there basically the time depends on the slowest of those 3 basically. And then at the very bottom, you see, first of all, just local caching involved, and then the whole combination of affected commands, parallel execution, and also NX Cloud cache, which can help you basically reduce the build times. So you can see they can be reduced quite a lot over time. So if this is interesting to you, this is how you get started. Like, just use npx create NX workspace and give it a name, which will then basically create a new NX workspace for you. Now, obviously, this was super fast. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of the main concepts. But I've recently released a course online, which is completely free, which is about scaling React development with NX. It is specifically for React here, but since NX is kind of a general purpose tool, you can use that same video and port those commands on other frameworks as well. Like, there's not a big difference. So definitely check that out. I've also included a couple of links on my slides. If you're interested, follow along with them. And if you don't make it to have any questions, because I went quite for a long time, connect with me afterwards. I will be around in the chat, also online. The best way is probably on Twitter at UriSDR, and chat with me there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Yuri, for your contribution at SFScon. So there are no questions at the moment from the chat box, and so I will let you continue the discussion in Sun Virtual eventually, if you want to
Awesome.
open
Sure.
a chat room. And then I thank you very much. And so now we stop we make a small pause for the next speaker. Thank you very much. What happens when a new version of OpenSUSE is released and more fixes and updates are starting to be delivered via the maintenance process? But this question will be answered by our next speaker. She is a maintenance release coordination engineer at SUSE Software Solution Germany. A big welcome to Marina Lattini.
So today I would like to introduce you this concept of maintenance update. And before starting to look at what is maintenance, let me just tell you something more about me. So I'm a Libertalia founder. I'm a Document Foundation member. In the same foundation, I'm also the chairperson of the membership committee. And for what concerns OpenSUSE, I'm a proud OpenSUSE member and also a board member for this open source project. And in my daily work life, I'm a maintenance release coordination engineer. So today we will see together what is maintenance, which is the maintenance process, and obviously how you can take part in this process and how you can make the difference. So first of all, what is maintenance? Well, maintenance is everything that happens when you have a new release of the distribution, or you have a new service pack released, and in the meantime, from one release to the other, you need to take care of the updates that are provided by the developers. So this is the area where maintenance is taking place. And under maintenance, we are taking care of all the security updates or normal bug fixes. It's something that is not exactly a new software release. It's something that is released periodically, and in general is a really cross-team effort. Then for the SUSE side, there are also some special subscriptions that are providing to the customers some long-term support that can also be extended for more than 10 years. But the process per se, it's something that is not so old. Is a process started on September 2001. And before, the Linux maintenance was simply not existing at all. And as really often happen when there are new activities started, there was a request from customers from the S390 mainframe asking to have something in between the different service pack, the releases of the different service pack, and the new releases of the distribution. So this concept started mainly for this reason, and how we can make everything working together in a stable way that it's stable but not old. So in general, the main question that everyone is asking is updates. Do I really need them? Because I have the problem, I have the system that is running without problems and is there for ages, so why I should touch it, why I should update it? Or it's a system that is not connected to the internet, so why I should risk to update it and break something? So yes, probably this one is the most visible aspect to take care of when we are talking about maintenance, but in the reality we have much more challenges. Usually when we are under maintenance, we are trying to fix issues without changing the functionalities provided to the customers, to the final users. And when we have fixes from upstream, we are trying to have backports, always trying to avoid to make the system old. So keeping the updates flowing to the users, to the customers, without breaking things. So without breaking, we don't want to have regressions, and sometimes it's hard to get feedback from the customers or feedback from the users if that particular fix is working as intended, and so on. So it's sometimes it's also hard to understand if the customer or the user getting the update it's really satisfied. But in general, when we are talking about updates under the maintenance umbrella, what we are trying to achieve is an update that is introducing minimal changes without introducing new features, without having a so-called version bump of that particular software. Obviously, it's required to do regression testing, and last but not least, the fix that is provided must work on all the supported architectures. So looking at the process, the schema can look a bit complex, but at the end, it's a good team effort, and usually things are really working in a smooth way. So first of all, when there is a new update, so a developer is providing an update for a particular package in the distribution, we need to check if this package is provided directly in OpenSUSE or if it comes from SLE. If SLE, so SUSE Linux Enterprise, is the origin, we have a different process, and this software, this program will be, this package will be updated directly under SLE, and then at the end will be merged directly into LIP. If we are not inheriting the package from SLE, we are deeply checking who is the submitter of this new maintenance request. If it's not a maintainer, we are asking to the maintainer to do an extra review, because we want to be sure that every new update is approved by the person or the group of people that are in general maintaining the software, for avoiding unexpected result with the new update introduced. Then, if the maintainer is fine with this new maintenance request, we need to check if there was already another running so-called incident, maintenance incident, and if for that package there are no running incident, we can decide if the request can be accepted, because the request is able to fulfill the maintenance requirement. And if the request is not fine, we are declining it, and we have again the loop with the interaction with the submitter, with the maintainer, for fixing what doesn't work in that particular update. If everything is fine, we are going on the right side of this workflow. We are creating the so-called maintenance project with that particular fix. We are starting to build everything to check that the package built properly, that everything is, let's say, as expected. We are creating the documentation of that particular update, and then we are moving everything to QA. So with QA, I will show you something better later, but we have also several automatic review done by OpenQA, and if everything is fine, the update will be approved, and will stay in a so-called test repository for 5-7 days. And if there are no issues reported on this from this test repository, the final request will be accepted, and at the end, the users, the customers will get this new updated version of that particular software. So the process, as I said before, can look like a bit complex, but in the reality, there is a really good interaction, a lot of other automatic tools supporting this kind of reviews, and usually everything can work in a smooth way, providing a good quality every time we are updating something. So on this, we said quality assurance. I want to just introduce you the concept of quality assurance from the maintenance point of view and the tools used, because in this particular area, you can really do the difference. So quality assurance under maintenance. Obviously, the update must pass the QA phase. We need to check that the bug fixes, this supposed to be fixes, are really working as expected, and we can have some automatic test, and on the SLE side also some extra manual testing. So for doing all this job, we have OpenQA. From the link, you can also find the documentation. If you want, you can directly install the framework and so on. So OpenQA, as I was saying, is a testing framework that can test the full operating system or a specific application, can test both the user interface and also the console. And the interaction is really like a human interaction, because you can test, you can simulate input from a mouse, keyboard, you can read what the screen is showing as output, you can compare this output with some expected images, and you can also read the text from the serial console. So it's really a powerful tool. With OpenQA, you have an interface like this one, and if everything is green, the tests are passed. If there is a problem, you will have something in yellow, something in red, just showing you where are the problems. So you can check and see where is the problem and discuss with the maintainer and try to find a fix to the solution. This one is a screen of what you can see if you are clicking on one of these green squares that I was showing before. In particular, this one is the installer for OpenSUSE Tumbleweed, and during the install phase, you can check if you want the full screen that the user can see, or you can directly select a portion of the screen for testing a particular area. So for every of these squares, you have a test running in an automatic way. And if you want, you can directly write this kind of test. So yes, there is a lot to do, because as you can imagine, it's a full operating system that we are maintaining. But if you want to write tests, if you want to write, fix packages or create new packages to be provided, this is definitely an area where you can make the difference. So if you want, we can try to do this work together. From the slides, you can also find some pointers to the OpenSUSE wiki that will provide you more information about the maintenance process and how you can interact. So, which are your questions? Feel free to ask. And thanks, obviously, for listening to me.
Thank you, Marina, for your contribution. I know that you wanted, before your talk, open a conversation room in Sant Virtual.
Yeah.
You can open it also now after your talk, so you can have the possibility to discuss with other participants about your very intuitive tool, I would say. So there are no questions at the moment from the chat box in the streaming online. So I would like to thank you for your contribution, and thank you for being part of SFScon.
Thanks for running the conference. It was, as usual, really a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you again. And we see each other in about 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back. The next speaker is also a very good friend of SFScon. He is one of the founding member of the Document Foundation and the chairman emeritus of Associazione Libre Italia. Who of you remember when LibreOffice was announced? Was 10 years ago, was 2010. And now, this year, will celebrate the 10th anniversary. What happened in this decade, and what happened from a community point of view? Italo, welcome to SFScon, and welcome to this track.
Okay, thank you. And I will try to drive you quickly through to the story of LibreOffice during the last 10 years. We started 10 years ago, and it was September 28, 2010 when we announced. But we should always remember that 20 years ago, on July 19, 2000, Sun announced OpenOffice.org, which is, of course, the father of LibreOffice. This timeline shows you what happened during the last, during the period where the community was growing and LibreOffice was born from the OpenOffice community. So in 2000 there was the announcement, in 2001 the first release, then there were a number of releases. In 2008 there was release 3.0, but also in 2009 there was the announcement that Oracle was buying Sun, and the acquisition was finalized in 2010, and then for reasons related to some investigations into potential monopoly issues, the acquisition was completed in 2011. But in 2010, when the announcement was out, the community of OpenOffice.org decided that it was time for the community itself to get control of the software, and of course we could not use the name OpenOffice because that was a property of Sun at the time and Oracle. So we decided to create LibreOffice. After that, Oracle and IBM decided to create Apache OpenOffice. This was basically because they didn't like the community to be in control of a software so important for the desktop at the time as LibreOffice. Of course, after 10 years, situation on the desktop has changed, but the market is still a big market and is still something which is interesting for many parties. So in September 2010, we announced that it was the community calling the new software LibreOffice, and the organization behind LibreOffice as the Document Foundation. Actually, what we did, we relaunched the innovation. OpenOffice was under risk of abandon after 10 years. And if you look at what happened after that, the situation today is that although the OpenOffice brand is still quite popular, but the software that is innovating and pushing forward new features and new innovations, and it's available on different platforms, is LibreOffice. We also called the organization the Document Foundation. This is the first web page. Looks a little bit naive at the moment, but I think the message is still very important. Is still the same message that we provided 10 years ago. The foundation is based in Germany, and it's created on the belief that the independent project could take the best out of all contributors and deliver the best software for users. The Document Foundation has some founding principles. The first is the copyleft license. We inherited LGPL from OpenOffice, but then we added MPL. So now the software is licensed under LGPL and MPL. We don't have any contributor agreement because we think that this fosters contribution. The project is based on meritocracy, so people that do are also the people that decide about the evolution of the project. The project is governed by the community. We have a board of directors, but to become a board of director and to vote for the board of director, you have to be a member of the Document Foundation. And to be a member, you have to contribute. And we are independent from a single vendor. We saw what being dependent from a single vendor meant when Sun was controlling the OpenOffice project. Although there was a community, the reality is that the last word was always in the hands of Sun, and in some cases this was not something that was pleasing community members. Of course, the main asset of the project are developers. Developers invented the Easy Acts, the OpenOffice code and the LibreOffice code are not simple to deal with, so developers worked at making it easier by spotting tasks that could be completed by someone that had no total knowledge of the software and the source code and not total control of all the details. So by introducing the Easy Act, we made it easy for contributors to access the project. We have had a continuous flow of new contributors coming to the project, and on a regular basis, we have several per month since 2010. These are the commits for the last 2 years. So you see there is a majority from Collabora, then there is a large chunk from volunteers, a large chunk from Red Hat, then we have CIB, contributors that are associated with the Document Foundation, the City of Munich, and some other companies that provide small contributions, but every contribution is important, as in every open source software. So of course, we are grateful to companies providing a large chunk of source code commits, but we are grateful to everyone else as well. We give a lot of importance to the quality of the software. This is Coverity Scan analysis in September at the time of 7.0.1. We are, after a couple of months, we are in a similar position, and this is more or less the position that the LibreOffice source code has been during the last 5-6 years. So a number of defects which is very low, and it's a lot lower than the average of open source software, which is better than the average of proprietary software. We also use fuzzing tools. They help us in getting increasing the quality of the software by spotting vulnerabilities before they get to the code. And of course, these are the achievements that we made, and in all, we paid a substantial technical debt. And of course, we have a very strong contribution from the community. These are question and answers on Ask LibreOffice. These are Bugzilla issues by status. As you see, there are always new bugs, but luckily there are also bugs which are closed and after they have been triaged and checked. The community, these are the numbers. You have around 70 people contributing a score. They provide almost 80% of the contributions. Then you have around 180 regular. We can say that regular are around between 1 month and 3 months contribution. And then we have a very large number of casual contributors. Although they contribute a small percentage, they may contribute in a very substantial way. We have large native language communities. As you see, LibreOffice is shipping in 119 languages, but there are also other language projects active. And the users on WebLate, which is our tool, are over 4,500. We have a very large community which is spread all over the continents. We have areas where there are more, where there are members of TDF, which is the darker green, and we have areas where we have contributors but not members. We hope to have members soon in these areas as well. LibreOffice is available in different versions, as desktop from TDF, as long-term supported version from Collabora and CIB, as online from several actors, as Android, iOS and Apple Store and Windows Store. We will soon introduce the concept of LibreOffice technology, which, because LibreOffice is now a platform and not just as a single product. We estimate to have around 200 million users. Of course, this is an estimate based on the number of downloads, the number of PCs used. We don't invoice for the license, so having a clear number is very difficult. We think that half of the 200 million users are unique LibreOffice users, and half are using LibreOffice and another Office suite. This is all. I have finished the presentation. If there are questions, but I think the time is over. Back to the main session and showing my face again.
Thank you, Italo. You were perfect in time, so we have 1 minute left from this session. Thank you for your contribution. So we saw a lot happen in this decade. Thank you very much again. I see now if there are questions. No, not question at the moment in the chat box. Maybe they will come after in some virtual or in the comment box. Eventually, I will let you know if there are some questions. That's it for the moment. Okay. And thank you very much, Italo.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And we see each other in 5 minutes. Communities. So where are people? Communities are in different channels, platforms, apps, VR worlds. So there is also a big challenge, a series of challenges for a community manager. Our next speaker, Antonio Nardella, who is declaring himself a tech consultant, technology-minded builder with focus on practical solution. He will give us an insight on a community manager toolbox. Welcome, Antonio.
Hello and welcome. Thanks for having me. Can I start right away?
Yes.
Good. Well, hi all. Welcome to this flash talk about a free and open source community management toolbox. briefly about me, I'm Antonio Nardella. I'm community manager at the IOTA Foundation in Berlin. I'm now actually in Bolzano, so right 2 streets away from Neu Tech Park in co-working space. And today we're going to talk about my toolbox, of course, that I would like to share with all of you. The IOTA community is a community of practice where people voluntarily spend their time and enrich the community itself on different aspects through their contributions, of course. The focus here is to add value to the community members. Given that the success is measured in anecdotes, efficiencies, and satisfaction, a community manager's role entails the measurement of different parameters to define and refine strategies to have a successful and healthy community. So what is my first recipe for today? Well, one of the first questions to answer as a community manager usually is, hey, how many community members are there actually? And if your community is using one or two platforms, well, it might be a fairly easy question to answer. For other situations, there might be some need for creativity. So what I have done to answer this first question in my role was to mix together some different applications, tools, platforms myself. So using some Python, some database, in this case PostgreSQL, a dashboard made with Grafana, as you can see, a tablespoon of beautiful soup, Teleton library, Discord API, GitHub API, and of course some coffee. Without Stack Overflow, it would have been able to succeed because I'm not a developer myself. So I had to look around and try to understand how to mix all these things together. And after around 6 to 8 hours at medium heat, I was actually able to achieve my goal and being able to answer this question. And this was the result. As of course, these are some parameters that I have here. And I was able to find out how many subscribers I had on different channels, how many members there were in different Telegram groups, and to figure out how many people we have in our decentralized worldwide community. Since technology and open source technology is often also permissionless, so you do not have to ask someone or the project lead to create your own group to talk about this technology or to share the passion you have about it with others and help each other. It is fairly impressive to see how community members love to use different platforms because they are used to them, because they prefer the graphical interface or just how it works. And this is, of course, the first step for a community manager to answer this question. And this is how I am actually at IOTA Foundation keeping track of the number of our members. Of course, members are might be in different channels, so you have to adjust your numbers here. So what made it actually possible to answer that question? Well, first and foremost, other community members, so contributions to the mentioned projects like Python, like Teleton, open source licenses that made it possible for me to use these ingredients and mix them together. Open APIs, so not having to pay a license to get access to data, and of course some creativity. I mean, that's what IT helps foster. But is this actually enough? Well, of course, this is one tool. It's like a hammer. It serves one goal. The number of members is a basic metric, but what is also really important is to measure the health of your community. And this is where Chaos, community health analytics for open source software, fits actually perfectly, because it supports open source projects with more insights and metrics. Chaos is a Linux Foundation project focused on creating analytics and metrics to help define community health. The chaos metrics are sorted in different focus areas, and it uses a goal question metric format to present the metrics. Of course, there are here now 4 areas that I chose, like risk. So how is the risk measured? Heartbleed might ring a bell somewhere. It was, it was based on open source software, but nobody measured actually what was going on. And this is actually really important, or the value of the project for the rest of the community or for other people that are building upon your tools. I'm not going to list all the metrics because it's 50 minutes are just not enough. But what I would like to say is that chaos metrics are identified and defined using a continuous contribution process themselves. So you can participate with your knowledge and your experience to help defining and refining these metrics. And I invite everyone to explore these metrics, everyone that has a project, an open source project, and has the time to understand what's going on with their project and how to foster and help grow a healthy community. So please, if you have time, I will, of course, share the presentation with you, so you will be able to get that link and dig a little deeper into these metrics. But of course, here we have different kind of metrics, like the issue resolution, so it's a more development specific thing, or the code quality, or if the licensing is automatically read from your code base using SPDX or something like that. These are all single parameters that help you understand if your project is healthy and if it's easier to use and to build upon. Of course, the metrics are not enough. Those are starting points. And there's also a really helpful tool that is called Grimoire Lab. And this tool collects, as you can see from the left-hand side, different data sources and puts them together in a very beautiful project, and is in itself an open source toolkit for data gathering from different data sources related to contribution to open source, like source code management and issue tracking, or forums, for example. Then the data is enriched by merging identities or additional information about contributors, affiliation maybe to companies and such. And here, of course, it's not enough to enrich the information and the data, but also to make it possible to consume this data. So by using visualizations like a dashboard or reports. So I can absolutely vouch for this tool. And if my dashboard was a hammer, this is a whole lab where you can really build your strategies and figure out what is going on. And this is an example of the dashboard where I'm just looking at the repositories, but it already gives us insights about how many people are contributing, if they're inside the foundation or are external contributors, on what projects they work. And of course, there are many other things that I'm not going to show you, of course, because it would really take a lot of time. But again, this is a precious source for information to get insights and metrics to understand the health of your open source project and community, and gives you a basic understanding of it. That's not it's not covering everything. So of course we have to be really careful when we use these tools, because data is one thing, but being part of your community, following the sentiment, understanding what's going on, listening, and empathy. So the human factor actually around the community is crucial to foster a healthy community. So from my point of view, and for what I have done so far, and for the numbers and the amount of projects that are part of the whole IOTA vision, this is absolutely a must-have toolkit and for your community management toolbox. So I tried to keep it short. So thank you very much for having me and for listening to my talk. So if there are any questions, I'm absolutely open to answer them.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Yes, there are one question for you. I read it from the comments. Do you think that open hardware will play a role in IoT communities? If yes, which?
Open hardware will absolutely play a role in every community. I mean, we have seen so far that we are now slaves of big corporations on the software side. So we install devices in our house. Like I have a mini robot that sweeps my floors. They have the plan of my apartment somewhere on a server, and I really have not the possibility to understand what's happening and or to modify the robot myself, if I might have the skills to do that. So as for software, the possibility to understand what happens behind the scenes, to be in control of the processes and algorithms, or at least to have the possibility for people to look into that, we have seen what it made possible. I mean, we are now talking using an open source software like Jitsi, and the whole conference is based upon this whole culture. Open hardware will be a crucial part, and because it's about freedom, and as someone that we all know, like Richard Stallman, it's about freedom of speech and not free beer. And freedom is something that we have to foster and that we have to fight for in one way or the other. And so I'm absolutely positive that it will play a crucial part. So yes, definitely. Indeed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your contribution at SFScon, and I wish you an enjoyable discussion with other participants in the conversation room in Sun Virtual. And thank you again for your contribution. And we see each other in about 4 or 5 minutes. Communities. Many activities these days, be it sport, social work, art, free and open source software, are organized in some sort of community. What are the common problems when working in an international and free and open source community, and how you can hopefully avoid some mistakes? Our next speaker, Florian Effenberger, working in at the Document Foundation, has been a free and open source enthusiast for more than 16 years. He's based in Munich, and he helped to create the local open source meetings and also the open source cooking. Big welcome to Florian.
Hello. Thank you very much, and welcome to the talk about 10 thoughts on community leadership. I'd like to give you an overview of lessons learned, best practices, mistakes that I've made, things that I've learned in 10 easy steps. That is the result of my 16 years activity in free and open source software. So the first question is, what is a community? It's an interesting question. I think there is not a perfect or definite answer. One that I like really a lot is, one that I've taken, or that's loosely based from a German Wikipedia article. It talks about a group of people that have a shared identity and joint interests. And there's a couple of good things in that, because first of all, a group of people means we have individuals, be they volunteers, be they paid, be they from companies. It's a group of people, a group of human beings. Then they have an interest in a specific topic that they would like to bring forward. And even more, they feel some shared identity, vision, goals, which, as we will see, is quite important. So this is a definition I like a lot. And one noteworthy comment is that in many communities, you have certain kinds of roles. The informal roles and the formal ones. The formal ones are, for example, boards, are treasurers, so are more of a legal roles mandated by statutes that have a bit more or have a bit of a different focus. That is maybe important to know. First thing, if you work together in a community, you cooperate, you work together on something. And in order to make that, you need trust. That sounds rather simple, but as we see from many discussions in various communities, it's something we have from time to time remind ourselves. To create trust, you need to work in a transparent and honest way, and be open. The second important thing here is it's always your precious lifetime, be it as a paid employee, be it in your spare time. So you want to work effectively, you want to achieve something, you want to do something. So you need to find a way to work effectively. And then you need, as we've seen already on the first slide, you need some shared goals, some shared visions, because in the end, you all need to take shared responsibility in bringing them to life. So there must be something that you all share. And the challenge can be that there are different views, different goals that might be scaring in the beginning, and the larger the group of people gets, the more complicated it will be. However, the good news is that different views are not always mutually exclusive. They can extend each other. They can bring new opportunities. And the picture I like a lot here is that rope pulling, where you have a group of people on either side of the rope. They play the same sports. They're on the same field. If there's no tension at all, it's super boring. If there's too much tension, there's no movement or the rope will break. So you need to find the right balance between that. And I think that holds true for that first thought, cooperation. The second thought is commitment. Commitment is twofold. First of all, if you're elected into a role, if you are awarded a role, that likely is due to your contributions being seen, due to your skills being appreciated. So to anchor yourself for times when it gets a bit rough, be proud of that. Be proud that you are seen, that you are appreciated. However, that is not the end of the story. When you have a role, when you take over the lead in a project, that also means that you, depending on what you do, potentially could have more work coming in. So an awarded role is not just a medal you can pin that you take and that shows I've done something, but it also means I have to do something. I have to do something more. And that can always be with unknown and additional tasks. And that is a challenge. We will see that a bit later, but commitment is the second ingredient of open source communities. The third ingredient, and it's probably a nice description of the variety of tasks, the big lot of tasks you have to do, is variety. The more formal your role is, the more likely it is that many things that you work on are not so visible to the general public. That can, as you see, meetings, budgets, employees, contracts, legal, and so on. That is nothing that is really glamorous in first place. So you might need a bit of a thick fur to get through that. And of course, depending on your background, the willingness to learn and get into those topics. Good news here again is that everyone has different interests. There are people who are skilled in each of the fields. So make use of your group skills. Find someone to take over a role. There are people who are interested in copyright discussions. There are people who maybe by a profession work with taxes or labor law. So make use of the skills and again, define responsibilities, because just because somebody has the skill doesn't mean they will carry out the role. Define that responsibility. The fourth ingredient is delegation, because after a certain point, things just don't scale anymore. So you need to delegate. And that means remove that, and this is why it's removed from the slide, remove the micromanagement, replace it with trust. Delegating and trusting people is not a sign of weakness, a sign that you don't have energy anymore. It's the opposite. It's a sign of strength. So you should look at topics that you can get rid of, that are not part of your core mission. And a few samples are mentioned, of course, not applicable to everyone. If you're an infrastructure project, the infrastructure is your core mission, but there are always topics you can source out, you can give away to get the head free and rather focus on strategy, on long-term goals, on the big picture. That's what you should do. And important to mention here is that just because you don't know about a topic, it does not per se mean it's unimportant. Rather the opposite. There are many topics that are important that you might never have heard of, so you should keep that in mind. The fifth ingredient is responsibility, because even if you delegate something away, does not mean it's completely out of your responsibility. And likely in an open source project, there's a shared responsibility. You share responsibility with colleagues, with board members, with team members, but you can't be everywhere. It doesn't scale, as we've heard. So you need to gather the required knowledge, the basic information, so you can do the oversight. And that, for example, means keeping important deadlines in mind, be it legal deadlines like taxes, like filings, or the release plan. Keep that in mind so you know when your software will be released. And of course, certain regulations, as we all know, that situation is not getting easier. And again, here, topics, just because they are not known to you, are not necessarily unimportant. And it's a sign of respect to those dealing with the topics to actually understand their importance and not doubt it. That's an important message I want to share. So delegating responsibility, in order to do that, you work with people, you work with human beings. You've seen it in the first slide. It's a group of people, it's individuals. So at some point you might face responsibility for a paid team, or these days even more for a paid remote team. And that could bring up the situation that pro bono contributors actually become employers because they deal with employees. And that means the success of your project at some point and in some way also defines their job safety. So you have a big responsibility. And the advice here is, again, a simple one, but one to remind yourself always with, is talk with each other, not about each other, listen to each other, try to understand. And especially if you haven't dealt with people before, if you didn't manage a team before, it can be a very steep learning curve. But the good news is you can learn a lot for life, for your personality, for your professional growth. So you can take a lot out of that. It's a time investment. It can be exhausting, but you can take a lot out of that in the end. So that's the social aspect, number 6. On to number 7. Number 7, I call it diversity. And diversity, as we all know, is a very wide field. I just have a look at a small piece here. It's not a conclusive listing, but to me, activities in free and open source projects, they are amazing exactly because we have so many international, diverse and different people. There's lots of things. It's background, it's culture, how people live, what they do for a living, what's their background, what's their situation. That's the good thing. That's a good influx, good information, good exchange, something you can learn. On the other hand, of course, like everywhere where human beings are around, you face some, let's call them challenging personalities and peculiarities. So it's not always just like love and the air and everything is harmony. And that is challenging. And the advice here is be open for new points of view, self-reflect, question yourself, also question the others, try to have a look, try to sit at the other side of the table. In general, act like an open source project is supposed to act, be open and challenge yourself. That is an advice to work with many diverse and different people in an open source community. Number 8 is coordination. We have all those people, we might have a team, we have various goals that we need to bring together, but how can we include everyone in such a worldwide community? And one important thing is the language. The conference here is in English, but there are many countries that are great contributors to free and open source software. They don't speak English so very well. So we need to find a way to interact with them, with using simpler English, with speaking slower, with trying to understand their language. There's a variety of things we can do, but language is a key thing that we need to factor in. You have time zone, seasons, and so on, meeting times. Forget that there will be ever an ideal scheduling if you work with time zones. Doesn't work. There's a couple of things that you can do, a couple of tools that you can use, but perfect meeting times rather don't exist. And make good use of the media that you have at hand. For those who are not so good in English, an email might be better because they can read, they can translate it, while a synchronous call where everybody is at the call at the same time not only blocks that time, but also asks for a good understanding of the language. So find a good mixture, how to bring these elements together. There is a couple of further advices what you can do to make the daily handling easier, but coordination is a very important factor to not let anyone outside, not leave anyone behind. That is really important. Number 9. Number 9 is trust, because in the end, especially if you're in a remote setup and you don't see each other so often, which this year unfortunately is a given, no role can fly without any trust. And emails, they don't have a face. You don't know if someone is laughing, is ironic, is sarcastic, is serious. You don't know, you guess that, but there is a decent risk that you guess it wrong. So always assume the best. Try to avoid any confirmation bias that what someone else does is confirming a negative bias. In first place, be open, and then try to understand people and their positions. That is quite helpful. And at the end of that journey, what do we find? We find reward, which to me is the most important thing. There's a reason we're all here today. We're all spending the weekend here on a conference. We talk to each other because it gives us something. It lets us grow personally. It gives us different points of view. I think it enriches everyone's life. And in the end, and I think the hard way we learn it this year when we can't meet each other, that over the course of time, we also make friends in those projects. So all that investment, all that coordinating, looking into how other people deal with things, trying to understand each other is a good thing, because in the end, we get a reward. And we get something. If we give something, we get something back, which is one of the key principles of free and open source software to me. And that was a very condensed overview of the topic. If you are interested in more, feel free to get in touch anytime. There's a couple of links I added to the last slide where you can read in detail more on the advices, on the lessons learned, and have a longer version of those slides here. If there are any questions, I'm available anytime. Thank you very much. I hope it was helpful for you. Hope to see you again soon in person. Stay safe and healthy.
Florian, your contribution was really inspiring, was really useful, not only for open source community management, but also for, it can be adapted. Your 10 suggestions can be adapted also to other communities. Thank you very much for your contribution, and we see each other in about 5 minutes. QGIS. What is QGIS? I think that most of you know what QGIS is, but for those who doesn't, QGIS is the most popular and used geographical free open source software in the world, growing fast and being as serious as the competitor that we all know, the monopolistic one. Which is a proprietary alternative. The speaker I'm presenting is Paolo Cavallini. Paolo Cavallini is the CEO of Fraunalia, an Italian company focused on open source and in particular on GIS software. He will explain us the correlation in QGIS between software and community. Welcome, Paolo.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Everything very well? Okay, great. Okay, let me start with this. Okay, then I go straight to the point. And what is QGIS? It's actually started as a small project by Gary Sherman, an Alaskan guy, who just did what he needed. Just a viewer of PostGIS. Maybe some of you will know what PostGIS is, but anyway, now it's grown a lot, and it's as the presenter said, is the most popular open source desktop GIS by far, and it's actually we are challenging, as you will see, the proprietary alternative. We have a number of records. It's the most translated GIS. It's available for all major platforms. It's even available on Android. It has a very fast release cycle. We have one release every 4 months and one long-term release every year to accommodate the different needs of the most advanced user and the most conservative ones. It's actually I'm personally still amazed at what we do. Every release will bring tons of really important new features. We are no longer a viewer, of course, so we are analysis engine. We can create models in QGIS, models for analysis. We can collect data in the field also with Android, as I say. There are a number of custom solutions created on QGIS, so you can use the libraries to build your own application. It's also that's less known about. It's also a server, a WebJS server, which creates beautiful maps in a very easy way. I invite you to try that. And it also has several web clients to help you build a web application. So I said we are very popular, and as you can see, these are Google Trends, of course, so nobody knows really what this means, but it's an index of our popularity. As you see, we are challenging very, very close the proprietary alternative, the red one. We're getting close, and they're going down. So that's something that we are happy about. In some countries, we are much more popular, as you see here for France, Spain, etc. As you see, we have killed a number of other software, both proprietary and free, unfortunately. We are a big project. We have a lot of traffic. Our website serves really tons of pages, and we have a huge number of unique visitors. My estimate used to be that we have 1 million users, but from the traffic, you see that we probably have much more than that now. We have this is from Cloudflare, so it's not really the country where QGIS is used, but rather where Cloudflare directed traffic from. But as you see, we are very popular in Europe. Okay, of course there is a bias for US because of Cloudflare. Okay, so we are widespread. Surprisingly enough, we are not most popular in the poorest countries, as other free software does, but we are most used in the advanced countries in a way. So you see that we have a number of users, lots of downloads, etc. So we can say that we are a success. By all means, and why it is so? We don't have this free software model of being one company or a few company software, but it's actually we are made of people. Since the beginning, we didn't have a major player in it, in the project. But a number of single users or small companies, sometimes larger ones, but mostly it's individual developers or small companies. So we are very grateful to that, and it's very important for us the user participation. User help us in a number of ways, as you'll see. So we are really, I was a bit surprised because we always say that free software is made from the community, etc., etc. But if you see, many big projects are actually the product of companies. Okay, we are really among the big ones. I think we are one of the few that don't have a strong footprint of one or more big companies. So we are really a team effort. And all these people, what we are doing, okay, and it's not only coding. Of course, coding is the most important thing. Without code, we don't do anything. But we are translating. Lots of people translate, create documentation, create the websites, create training material, which is very important, of course, for sophisticated software like this, aimed to the end user, not to the IT specialist. Lots of work is done on the bug reports. Of course, lots of people report bugs. We have thousands of bugs fixed, fortunately, and we still have many hundreds of bugs to be fixed again. We, of course, developing new features is very important. Fixing that, we have a nice program of bug fixing. I'll tell you about that just now. The infrastructure, it's also a major thing for us because we are a complex software, so we spend quite a bit of time in managing the infrastructure. The pull request, fortunately we have a number of people participating to the project from outside, so they are submitting pull request, and we have to review it, accept it, or refuse it, etc., etc. We have a continuous integration machine, so we can test the quality of our software at every commit, and this is also quite painful to maintain, frankly. Managing issues is not only opening and closing, but it's also managing, checking, etc., etc., packaging, releasing, teaching, etc., etc. You see that's the whole list. Okay. Helping users. So it's really a multi-finger community. We have a number of people contributing. We have more than 200 contributors on GitHub now. So it's really a big project. As I said, we are releasing a new version quite fast. This is surprising for people not very used to this dynamic software, but it's obviously creates issues on its own, but it's also a major thing of the project because you really have many new features every year, every few months. Okay, and thanks this to a few people that maintaining all the release cycle, which is pretty complex. Okay, all this has been free out in the wild for a number of years. Since a few years, we decided to create an association, to create a kind of a formal body to manage the project, because we felt that we should protect our brand, our name, and our user, our software against people that could do nasty thing about it. So we have this fairly complex structure, which we have been thinking about for quite a long time, trying to balance the interest and the participation of users and the developers. We didn't want to be developer-centric, because developers tend to have their own view of the software and life. And we don't want to fall in the hands of users that don't appreciate the real challenges of the project. So we try to balance the thing, and I think we now reached a good balance. Okay, so we have basically developers, users, representative of the users, and appoint members. Okay. And this elects a steering committee, which has a chair, etc. Okay, so what does the PSC do, or the voting member do? They elect the steering committee and the board, the chair, and the financial auditors, of course, and decide on the grant proposal. I think this is personally one of the my biggest contribution to the future of QGIS, because I had this idea of having grants. So we, with our limited funds, we sponsor several applications from the core developers. And we have new features that we know they are interesting, but nobody's really funding, or a restructuring of the code, or things that we know we have to do, but we don't have customer to do that. So, okay, then we have all the financial parts and so on. Okay, this is the current PSC. And, well, as I say, the infrastructure, it's fairly complex. So, we have very limited funding, which comes mainly from sponsorship and from donation. So, our user, think that it's important to invest money in QGIS, but we have very limited funding. And we are quite proud of spending most of it for what users need more, which is bug fixing and the grant program, as I said. We have very, very low overheads. So we have a very simple structure from administrative point of view, so we don't spend money in paper and things like that. We have a program of developer meetings. We call developer meeting first Hackfest, etc. But as you see, we are mostly focused on Europe. QJS is a world project. We have developers, very active developers from Australia, from the US, etc. But most of the activity is actually centered in Europe, which is good and bad in a way. So these meetings were, I would say, a very, very important thing in the development of the project. And we have user groups that take care of the project, take care of the dissemination in individual countries. Actually, we have a few more than this slide shows. And this project, this local group actually promotes QGIS in their own country and help to raise funds, etc., etc. Of course, all well, but we have also challenges. We don't have a clear strategy because we have many strategies in our soul, which is also good in a way. We don't have employees, so we don't have the force to implement what we think it's necessary. So we have to convince people to do that or to finance that. And so, of course, this is slows down things sometimes. Okay, we do a lot of work on quality assurance and bug fixing, which is very, very important for us. Documentation, it's a challenge because it's things that go so fast that it's difficult to follow up with the documentation. And of course, funding is never enough. Okay, as I say, we do a lot of work on quality assurance. We have, well, you see this list, but we are really serious about the quality of our codes. And of course, we still have bugs, but we try to be as good as possible to the industry standard, I'd say. Okay, so that's very short, but I invite you to write me or to call me or whatever if you need more information. Okay, thanks.
Your contribution. For those who asked, the slide will be available after the conference, and you can see the complete slide because we saw that some parts were missing, but don't worry, they will be available shortly after the conference. So thank you very much, Paolo, again for your contribution, and we see each other in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Two-factors or multi-factors authentications. They are considered to be among the safest protection tools, especially for bank services, home banking, and so on. But is that really sure? Can they be defeated? Our next speaker, Igor Facolmata, works as a security consultant and ethical hacker, conducting penetration tests and risk analysis for public and private companies. He also is the founder of Sicurezza.org, one of the biggest Italian info security communities. Welcome, Igor, to SFScon.
Thank you and welcome, thank you for the invitation. Okay, today we will speak about next generation phishing attacks. You all know about traditional phishing probably, okay? So let's use this very famous quote from Tadeusz Grulke, which is a very known security expert from the international community. If you give a man a 0 day, we will have access for a day. If you teach a man to fish, he will have access for life. It means phishing attacks are still today one of the most used way by the criminal to enter into your accounts, like your email, your home banking, and so on. Okay. A traditional phishing attacks is something like this email, this sample email you see. This is our in-house phishing platform. It's a mail delivery status notification error from a very used and commercial platform. You can recognize it probably. The mail says you have an error in the mail you sent. Please click here. And if you click, of course, you will redirect to an external site, which is not the real your real webmail site, but a phishing site hosted by a malicious third-party site. And if you enter your password into this trap, of course, your password will be compromised, okay? So traditional phishing, the vector is a phishing email or a phishing link on WhatsApp or some messaging system. If you click on the link, this is of course the first error, and if you enter your credential, this is of course the second and most risky error. Your password will be compromised. So the security community, the security experts says you have to use multi-factor authentication. Okay, it's one of the most recommended solution for avoiding phishing attacks. So what can do attackers to try to get into your email or into your home banking site? Also, if you use multi-factor authentication. And before, what is multi-factor authentication? Multi-factor authentication is based on something you already know, your password, and something that you can demonstrate, physically demonstrate that you have it. For example, an hardware token, which was very used in the banking sector until the PSD2 directive. An hardware token is a small token like this one, if you see it. If you press on the token, it gives you a one-time code which can be used only one time. This can be also attacked with other system like trying to get the token by a phone call or an SMS. But you will see with this phishing next generation, the physical token is not more a trouble for the attacker. If you will see if they can trap you to go on a phishing site, which is made in the way I will show you. Also, it's very common now to use smartphones as a multi-factor authenticator factor, like Google OAuth or similar software or application from banks, and also traditional smart cards are on other multi-factor authentication system. Okay, this drawing is interesting. Sorry, I don't know the term in English. Okay, but it's a vignette in Italian. Okay, something that you can read and log about a guy calling home and asking for some money, and the father saying, okay, but he has to be authenticated with a multi-factor authentication. Okay, so two-factor or multi-factor authentication are considered to be among the safest protection tools now against phishing attacks, against password stuffing attacks, against weak password, and a lot of different attacks you can have on your login and authentication systems. How can be they defeated? Okay, let's see it. Let me Google that for you. So can we search on Google or other, of course, other search engine if someone has already done some research about two-factor or multi-factor authentication bypass attacks? Of course, they do. They have done that. And you will find a lot of different resources. But the most, probably the most killing, in sense of criminal sense, the most killing application for performing two-factor authentication bypass is something like this. Okay, the vector is always an email or a link, and the user should click on this link. So let's say, let's show an example phishing email. This is directly from Wikipedia, one of the first phishing email example. Okay, so if we click on the link, we go on a third-party site. Of course, this is always the beginning. Okay, so this attack also needs that the user goes to a different site, to a malicious site than the real one. Okay, so if the user goes to the malicious site, this part is always the same also in traditional phishing. But what's the different part in this kind of attacks is that the malicious site is not a static site with a login form, but instead is a reverse proxy which can intercept and modify, mangle the traffic in real time and then connect to the real site. Okay, so the flow is this one. User clicks on the phishing email, goes to a fake site. The fake site is a reverse proxy which makes a real connection to the real site and intercept and mangles the traffic in real time. This way, the attacker can bypass and defeat two-factor authentication, because when I have to log in, the authenticator or the multi-factor authentication which I enter is intercepted in real time by the attacker, sent in real time the same code to the real site, and all the authentication session cookies and whatever it needs for the website to keep you authenticated are also intercepted and abused by the reverse proxy, malicious reverse proxy server. Okay, of course, the exposure window of this attack is less than a traditional phishing attacks, because in a traditional phishing attacks, the attacker can record your password and use it whenever he wants. In this attack, the attacker should use your authentication code during the time they are valid. But of course, all these kind of attacks are automatized by malicious software and so on. So let's see a small demo using a well-known open source tool, which is called Modlishka. We use this tool because it's one of the 3 or 4 reverse proxy tools that are available public open source, but consider that on the black market of the malicious software, there is a very big black market of malicious software. It's plenty of tools that can act exactly in the same way, also with less skills required from using it. So now I'm customizing the phishing email. Okay, this one is the black one is the attacker console, the attacker station, and we just send a phishing email to our victim. Okay, on the right side, you see the victim station. Okay, the names you see is the name of my fellows. We shot this video for some training for some customer and so on. Okay, on the right side now, okay, we customized the Modlishka tool for having a proxy, reverse proxy session on Gmail Authenticator. Okay, so we can try to defeat the Gmail authentication system using OAuth. This is the phishing password. Of course, this template is not so aesthetically pleasure, but it's not so aesthetically good made, but it's just for sample. Okay, so let's pause 1 second. Okay, so okay. The important part of this part of the video is the link you click. Okay, the link you can see this one is not the real Gmail system. Okay, it's not the real Google system. It's in this case a special address which Modlishka creates in your own workstation, but can be evilsite.com or whatever you want.com. Okay. In this part, the proxy, the reverse proxy, makes you see exactly the target you defined in the Modlishka configuration. When you go to the authentication part, all the links needed by the website to work are in real time modified by the reverse proxy for having the traffic always intercepted and making the flow I show you before. So when you get on your real, this is a screenshot of the real smartphone of my fellows. When you got the authentication code and you insert the authentication code, okay, all works fine. You are authenticated on Google, of course. But also, what happens that the attacker on his Modlishka or whatever tool he uses console also has the ability to see your login and use your session. You will see right now. Okay, we refresh the Modlishka console, and you will see all the session that the attacker has captured, and he can also shadow. Okay, he can also impersonate the user using the same authentication cookies and the same all the same mechanism that normally Google checks on the browser of the victim. So I can make an exact copy of the session of the victim using this tool or tool like this one. Okay, we are just in time, so just for having some pointers, I will. You can download, of course, the slides from the SFScon site. You have some pointer here about Modlishka, about using Modlishka, about other tools like this one. I don't think we have time for any question now, but you can send me an email or write me on Twitter, on whatever you prefer. Okay, thank you. I hope you got the message. Be careful also if you are using two-factor authentication. Use two-factor authentication, but be careful always in the same way you are careful normally.
Thank you very much, Igor. We have actually one question, and I think it's very short. So you mentioned banks no longer use tokens. The question is, my bank too doesn't allow me to use it and instead force me to use a non-free app. Could you briefly mention why is that?
Okay, the PS2 directive mandates the banks that you user have to authorize also the operation, not only the identity. Okay, with an hardware token you can't authorize exactly this operation. You can authorize only one operation. So from a security perspective, it's more secure to have an app that say, do you want to authorize a bank wire transfer from of 100 euro to Igor, yes or not? Then having just a code and having the same on your browser, because in case of a malware on your workstation or in case of a malicious reverse proxy like this one, you can be easily defeated to make the wrong operation.
Okay, thank you very much, Igor. So we could fit one question into your talk. So thank you very much, Igor, for your contribution, and we see each other in about 3 minutes with the next talk.
Thank you, bye.
Digital forensics is a field of great interest for lawyers, users, judges, developers, and so on. Last year at SFScon 2019, we could see how to analyze and avoid the black box of forensics. This year, we will see briefly how some interesting update in the Linux distribution in digital forensics. Our speakers, Alessandro Farina, he's from, I quote from the bio, a happy father with 10-year experience. He's addicted to volunteering in cybersecurity awareness. He's an IT expert and a digital forensic expert. Alessandro, the floor is yours. Welcome to SFScon.
Thank you very much. Let's start with the Open Source Digital Forensics Labs 101. We'll see. First of all, I wanted to thank all the SFCon and NOI staff. You've done really incredible work in these difficult times. This year, we are going to talk about identification and acquisition of digital evidence. Last year, we talked about how to do serious open source and free software forensics. Now, we want to show you how to do some important steps in forensics with all free software. First of all, just remember that everything could be everywhere in the crime scene. You can find digital evidence. You see some examples of classic data storage that could hide the evidence. These are less classic devices where we can find data and so evidence. With the open, I can assure you that with the free software tools, you are able to extract data, find evidence, collect, and make serious report for law enforcement and prosecutor. Since we are all beginners here, let's keep in mind the first rule of forensic lab. We should never in any way modify the evidence. Okay, these are the last two text slides. These are the principal requirements for digital evidence. They are taken for the electronic evidence guide of the European community. You can find it easily online. The first, keep in mind that the first requirement is authenticity. You have to be able to demonstrate everywhere, in every place, that you have used the procedures to extract data that cannot be disputed and that represent the original state of the evidence. These are the tools we use in this lab, and these are also the tools that we use in our forensic laboratory. They are all of them are free software. First, for acquiring digital evidence from storage, AWF info and AWF verify to view and verify info from acquired images. iMount is a tool to mount easily mount images acquired with the image. TSK recover to recover deleted data from storage. PhotoRec is a tool for file carving. Okay, you can now start. Should be able to look at the video. In the video, you can see that I've started a workstation with Kane. It's a computer forensic live distro. We checked all the devices mounted. You can see that there is no device mounted. In Kane, we can find GUI Major, the tool to extract data, in the forensic tools menu. You can see all the devices connected to the workstation, and in this case, the SDB. The SDA is the pen drive used to boot Kane. SDB is the device we have to acquire forensically. When you right-click on the device, you can see that the menu that allows you to acquire the evidence. First, there is acquire or clone the device, so you can see all the infos on the drives, basically as smart tools. If you choose acquire, GUImage will show you the form to collect all the information needed and begin the acquisition. You have to choose a file format, usually the AWF format, expert witness format. Then we can choose where to save the file and the names of the file and the name of the file that contain acquisition info. There comes another important step. You have to choose the hashing algorithms of the and the number of steps we'll take to check the query image. I strongly suggest you to use MD5 SHA with 256 because and check, reread, and verify of the image. In the note fields, you find the serial number of the. You can find the serial number of the evidence you mounted. And once you start the acquisition, GUImage, once you click start, GUImage starts is fantastic work. You can see updates from the UI when it shows the speed, the estimated duration, and the phase running and verifying. After this, we should see the mounter up window when you can, where you can see that all the devices are not mounted. Okay. Let's wait a moment. Okay. In the end of the GUImage,
in this case, the points are highlighted and selected in the map. So it's very.
In the end of the GUImage acquisition, I can remind you about a question that also comes out when we see when we discuss with digital forensic in court. They talk about the red blocker. They also say yes, you should use also an hardware red blocker. Okay, could be useful, but believe me, a Linux live distro forensics is good enough to. Okay, now we should see the iMount tool. There is a very easy tool to mount, easily mount the the image required in first times. It's extremely easy to use, and it's quite easy to browse the image after we've done all the acquisition. Okay. Once you mount the device, you can see, you can browse the device, even if you, the important thing, as you remember for Gandalf, in this moment we have mounted the evidence, we can browse the evidence, we can copy files or access files from the evidence without modifying the original device or the evidence. Okay, that's very, very important. The two options we've used is one, to tell iMount the directory we are going to use, and the other one to tell we wanted the mount point could be something pretty easier to read. Now the video is showing about PhotoRec. PhotoRec is a data carving tool. It's a tool we can use to recover images from the mounted image, from the mounted evidence for the bitstream image. As you can see, PhotoRec has easily recovered a lot of data from the image we acquired, especially in this case the PDF from the last year presentation. Okay. Just after this, we're going to see about the two basic tools, AWF info and AWF verify, to check all the info of the electronic witness format, and to verify that the data hasn't been modified. As you can see, luckily everything is okay. After the verification of the file, you can start TSK recover that recovers unallocated files from the image. TSK comes from the SLED kit from the Brian Carrier, the same author of the autopsy, another interesting tool for forensics. Okay, as you can see, the tool has recovered a lot of data from the these are all deleted data that are okay. Our talk is almost finished. I'm ready for every question you had. Basically, I'm not very sure my English, but I didn't want to leave you with a bad memory. So here you have some kittens, so you can remember me as the one with the kittens. Some reference. Linux Leo is Linux for law enforcement officer. A very good introduction to digital forensics. You can find a lot of interesting information about file system, devices, and so on. And all the tool is using are free software, Linux-based, obviously. Autopsy is a tool to easily analyze and carve data and index evidences. Kane is the live distro I'm using in our laboratory. The Electronic Evidence Guide is a very interesting book you can find on the European Community address. You're seeing it's important. It's very important because all the European nations try to write down one big guide to manage electronic evidence, so that all law enforcement, lawyers, prosecutors in all European countries can manage data in the same way. I'm almost done my talk, and I'm ready if there are any questions.
Alessandro, thank you very much for your contribution. We don't have questions at the moment, but of course I remember all of the participants that there are the conversation rooms in Sun Virtual, or you can write comment under the stream online on the website. So thank you very much again for your contribution. It was really interesting, and we see each other in about 6 minutes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, we are back. So now I would like to share my stage with OW2, and since this part is supported by OW2, and I would like to introduce the first talk. And the first talk is about open source ecosystem sustainability. So, engaging mainstream user for the open source software ecosystems, it's very important because there are uncertainties in the sustainability of this ecosystem. The main point is to focus on the user, and which is the missing component of this ecosystem. The speaker is the OW2 CEO, Cedric Thomas, an IT industry veteran, more than 55 years experience in strategic and marketing consulting. Big welcome to you, Cedric. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I don't have 55 years of experience, even if sometimes it feels
25.
like 55 years. Thank you.
Oh, 55.
Okay, this presentation is about the sustainability of the open source ecosystem, and we feel that we need to bring the user into the equation. So I'm going to introduce 3 initiatives driven by OW2 to engage with mainstream users. Quick reminder about OW2, we are an EU-made open source organization whose mission is to promote a portfolio of software, open source software, for enterprise information systems. We are a community-led organization. We have dozens of open source projects. We're totally independent. Our governance is transparent. Everything is on the website, even our accounts. And over the recent years, we've focused on the quality of our projects and the market readiness of these projects. Why did we focus on this? Just because we're the niche player among the large open source organizations, and we need to try harder. So the 4 parts I'm going to cover now are as follow. We're going to look at the mainstream users. Who is the mainstream user? What is our expectations? And I will introduce the 3 initiatives that we are driving. The issue of open source sustainability derives from the fact that there is not just one open source. Open source has, as I've often explained, 4 major models. One with the community models with developers, another one which is the entrepreneur models with small companies, often startups and SMEs. The other one is the ecosystem or the herd innovation model with things like OpenStack or Kubernetes foundations. And then recently we've had the industry model where boards of directors representing billions of money have allowed board of directors led by fund pension representatives have authorized management teams to invest billions of dollars into the open source industry. So some are out, but not everyone is completely out, and we still have sustainability issues. And some of the symptoms are reflected by stories of maintainers burnout, of deviant licenses that are created out there, of things that unstable formulas for financing developers through donations or sponsoring, something we call the gig economy syndrome. There are some very interesting experiences with the some financing platforms such as Tidlift, Open Collective, Patreon, and the GitHub sponsors. But what all this means is that we need more than that. In fact, we need the real market, the big market. And the big market out there is made of the conventional decision maker, the mainstream decision maker. He might not be an open source activist. He might even be wary of open source because he's been educated with proprietary software. He's a corporate executive who makes decisions that can be controlled by managers, and he makes business decisions. And these mainstream decision makers don't look just at the technology as we might do from our fishbowl, but from the outside, they want value. And what creates value well, it's not just the code. They expect more than the code. They expect what we call product attributes with documentation, with training, with contracts and all that, and supports, and that's what they expect. And this value is not just created by the developers, it's created by what we call the ecosystem. And who is in the ecosystem? So we have the contributors, we have systems integrators, we have administrative companies providing administrative services, we call them fiduciary services here, software vendors or distributed vendors, the open source organizations, and the users themselves. So what we're going to look at is how we can engage some of the ecosystem in order to hook the user into our ecosystem and for the profit of our sustainability. So the first initiative is, we call that, it's around beta testing. It's an initiative that can be driven by the contributors. What is beta testing? Beta testing is some sort of user acceptance. It fits in the software development cycle. Usually the development teams are happy with alpha testing, and the open source, we've often realized that documentation is not there, some packaging is not sufficient. So what beta testing does is it helps make the software in the hands of real life users, and in what we call a beta testing campaign, because it's time bound in a campaign. So the benefits of the beta testing is that it helps developers align their expectations, it helps generate quality, it helps enforce some product attributes that generate value, so you go in the right direction with this, and by using the feedback from the users, you can identify good market or exploitation opportunities. So to help with that, we are developed a platform which called the Reach Out Beta Center. It provides you all the building blocks and the methodology for implementing a beta testing campaign. So it's all free. It's open to all SMEs and open source projects. So use it. You have the link down there. And beta testing campaign would typically look like a 3 to 5 month exercise with this kind of outline where you will look at some strategic decisions, what you want to do, then package the software, then write some communication, engagement mails, engage with actual beta testers, and then close that and analyze that. We provide all the building blocks for you to deploy a beta testing campaign. So that's Reach Out. We try to make it easy with that. The next initiative, we call it Market Readiness Level. It's an initiative that can only be provided by third-party neutral organizations, and that's typically in the realm of open source organizations. And what we are doing here, for the last few years, 4 or 5 years, we've been providing lots of data about our project to make sure that all our projects are good quality, etc. But we realized that too much data doesn't help decision making, and we of course came across this technology readiness level scale developed by the NASA, and we had the idea of developing the same thing for our project, but from the standpoint of their market readiness, with at the bottom the rough code and at the top a fully supported project. So what our scale looks like, it's the current stage is something that we have developed with the OW2 code base in mind, but it can be replicated in other and adapted to other code base, starting with a basic early stage project at the bottom, up to the established player at the top, going through different stages with opening and broadening market or actively competitive, etc. We have the definition for all these different stages. And we're developing this analysis through 70 checkpoints in 3 stages, looking at the project best practices, looking at project attributes, and then looking at the market capabilities. We put that into, we leverage some statistical tools to put that into models, and we publish this on the website. So we are currently deploying this throughout all our mature projects, and we will publish all the results into this visual form, and we hope that all the, with that we will make sure that all the CIOs and mainstream decision makers will feel confident in deploying OW2 project into their information systems. And the third initiative that we are trying that we're launching now, and that I'd like to share with you, is about good governance. So that's typically an initiative where we expect efforts from the users. While we know that for a sustainable open source ecosystems, we need the users, but we know the users need a sustainable open source ecosystems, because for them there is no way back. Recent studies have shown that 80 to 90% of new applications are composed of reused components. Many of them are open source components. That's from Sonatype. And a recent Red Hat report has published that open source is identified with the use of open source is identified with innovative organizations by 86% of CIOs. So it's there. They need to move forward with open source software and implement good governance. So this morning we've had several presentations that really highlighted used the term governance, talked about compliance, etc. And this space is already pretty busy. There are many organizations and efforts and initiatives, but from our perspective, they really concentrate on processes, on tools. What we would like to do is make sure that the users and the large users, especially in Europe, engage with the European ecosystems, because that's how we need them for sustainability. So with that, we have defined a blueprint for the implementation of open source program offices, OSPO, but going beyond compliance and processes. And we have developed this model in parallel, getting the inspiration from the Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of behavioral motivation. It's something from sociology, where people need first to survive, then they need to survive and be safe, etc., going up to belonging to society until the top level, which is fulfillment. So inspired by this model, we have developed this 5-layer maturity model for good governance, where the bottom one is using open source, then using open source safely and appropriately, and this is where all the compliance tooling that has been talked about this morning fits. Then it's a question of culture. The third level is making sure that the developers are not totally isolated, that they understand that they belong to the open source community and are feel comfortable in engaging in mailing lists, etc. Then the fourth level is engaging, but at the level of the corporation, and this is where we would like to see policies in terms of contributing back to the ecosystem, even financially supporting development. And the fifth level there is making open source visible at the CEO levels of at the top level in the organizations, and making sure that open source is proactively used for digital transformation, innovation and competitiveness. I was very interested this morning to hear that the keynote speaker from the European Commission hinted some motivations that really match that model. And we are deploying this at the moment. At the moment, we are putting together a resource center, which is there, which is open to all, where you can contribute. We will expect you to contribute some content, use cases, etc. What we are going to do is then develop scorecards and measurement methods to be able to measure the progress of the implementation of this strategy. So that's what I had to share with you today. These 3 initiatives to bring the mainstream user and into our ecosystem, into the sustainability ecosystem equations. We want them to understand what we do. So the mainstream user needs to understand what we do. We're offering a beta testing campaign platform. We're offering market readiness level assessment methodology, and we hope to engage users into adopting our good governance initiative blueprint for implementation of open source program offices. Thank you.
For your contribution to SFScon. For those who asked, The presentation slide will be online in about a week after the conference. So you have the chance to see all the slides, all the presentation again in about a week. So thank you very much, Cedric, for your contribution. Again, sorry for the mistake, I meant 25 years before. And now for every one of you, we see each other in about 5 minutes. The next talk will present some of the results of the Coder Horizon 2020 project. The main goal of the project was to offer a unified platform for hosting all kinds of instruments and documents related to a given software project, like source code, manuals, bug reports. The next speaker is Virgile Prevosto. He's a research engineer at LIST, an institute of CA Tech located on Paris-Saclay University campus. A big welcome to Virgile.
Thank you, and thank you for attending this talk. So indeed, I will present the Decoder project, which is an H2020 project that started in January 2019, so about 2 years ago, and there's still one year left in the project. So as was said in the introduction, if I had to summarize the project in one sentence, the idea is to provide some kind of unified platform in which you can store and query all kind of information that you might need over a given code base, given software project. Basically, for the purpose of the project, Decoder identified three main roles for that. Developers who write the code in the first place, reviewers that assess the quality of the code, and the maintainers that might have to come back a few months or years later over the code base and try to figure out what it is all about. The project is coordinated by Technikon in Austria, with support from CList for the technical leadership. And very roughly speaking, it consists in mixing tools doing a natural language processing, I will come back to that later, with software engineering tools and mainly software analysis tools. Just switch off my camera because you won't see all the slides otherwise. So these tools are brought by CList again and the University of Valencia in Spain, as well as Tree Technology, also from Spain. And of course, the idea is the tools will not come alone. We have also to propose some methodology on how to make the best use of them, provide user interfaces, and show that that can be used in practice over some use cases. So this is provided by Cisco in Germany, Capgemini in Spain, and OW2 in France. The one key component of the project is what is called the Persistent Knowledge Monitor, which is basically a database in which we can put everything that, every document that is related to the project. This includes, of course, documentation, user or developer manuals, comments in the code, issue from bug tracker, and so on. If they exist, we can also put formal specifications. Of course, the source code itself, and when we have them, the results from analysis or tests. So this is the base. Possibly we are also interested in tracking the evolutions of the code base over time. To feed the database, we work on some tools. So on the one hand, we have all the tools that deals with the natural language processing, either to process so the documents, but also the code itself, seen as some particular kind of not so natural, but language, in order to extract some information from that. The idea is that we can try to specify synthesis some formal specification, or at least semi-formal specification. We'll come back to that in a few slides. In order to take advantage of that for the analysis tools, so namely Pharmacy for C and C++ and OpenGML for Java code for the static analysis part, and for dynamic analysis or test, the testar tools which is used to test graphical user interfaces by trying to interact with them in some kind of monkey testing approach. So these tools will be able to query the PKM and especially the information extracted from documents, but also to feed it with analysis results. After that, the idea is that users can query all this information from their IDE or in other manners, for instance, to generate additional documentation or some models of the code, for instance, through UML models. In order for everything to interact smoothly, we have also designed some JSON schemas that the tools are supposed to understand and to be able to write to. And we try to follow some more or less well-established standards when they exist. So I will now go a bit more into the details of the PKM architecture. At the core of the PKM, there's a document-oriented database, namely MongoDB. And on top of that, and on top of the MongoDB drivers and fairly well-established JavaScript libraries, we have a low-level API of the PKM, which is mainly dedicated to PKM developers themselves, and through which it's possible to interact either directly through JavaScript, or if you prefer shell, we have also some bash scripts that can be used. But this part of the API is more dedicated to tool developers. For standard users, there's an HTTP REST server, which understands requests that are described using the Open API format, and through which the tools and the future user interface of the PKM can provide requests, so either to query the PKM or to put some information in it. Basically, these components can be used inside Docker containers and can be deployed either locally or on a central server. They're available if you like very alpha code under AGPL and Apache licenses at this URL. But I won't claim that they're ready for operational deployment yet. It's only for adventurous users. So apart from the PKM, there have been also some work on the natural language processing part for tying, so for relating informal documents, so a document in natural language and the code, and this goes both ways. So either for extracting some relevant information from the informal documents, or to extract knowledge from the structure of the code itself. Basically, there have been some gathering of data sets, because of course, as with any AI-based approach, you need to train your algorithms over a big set of data. For that, we benefited from existing data sets collected outside of Decoder, and we, of course, are also considering data from the use case themselves, mainly from a Java application provided by Capgemini, MyTyStar, and the C++ library OpenCV. Apart from that, we have conducted some initial experiments. So in the sense, from code to natural language, there have been some applications to detect a possible identifier mismatch, either in code or in commands. So when some symbol does not look at its proper place, the tool can propose a likely replacement. And from natural language to code, we are a little bit less advanced at this point. The idea is that we consider programming language as a kind of foreign language, and we are trying to apply some automated translation mechanisms for this kind of foreign language. The first trials are occurring right now, and we hope to have some results by the end of the year. Last but not least, we have also worked on defining what is called in Decoder abstract semi-formal models, which with the aim of using them as a kind of intermediate between informal documents and fully formal specification. So there would be a natural target, especially for the NLP tools, instead of a completely formal specification, which might be complicated to obtain. The idea is that this will be a graphical language that will make it possible to describe the effects of a function over data structures, think of lists or trees or things like that. Apart from the generation of ASFM diagrams from informal documents, we are also building what we call a graphical debugger, which will allow the user to animate these diagrams. Currently, there's an initial version of the format, which is quite rudimentary, but relatively well understood by all the tools involved. And there are some experimental conversion tools to ASFM that are available as prototypes and will undergo a beta campaign quite soon, if everything goes well. So the next step will be to build upon what is currently existing and add the needed functionalities, mainly integrating more the natural language processing tools. So these tools are now interacting well with the PKM, but NLP tools are a bit less advanced. Developing the client, the graphical user interface for the PKM, and add functionalities as needed during the test over the use cases. Externally, we'll try to interface with existing tools, and in particular existing IDE, and try to make use of the reach out project. First beta campaign is envisaged for the beginning of next year, and if everything goes well, we might be able to propose a beta campaign for the whole PKM stack in the second semester of 2021. So thank you. This concludes what I wanted to say today, and if you have questions, of course.
Thank you very much, Virgile, for your contribution to SFScon. There are at the moment no questions for your talk, but of course the conversation room are open in Sun Virtual and of course under the comment box. It's all for now, and thank you very much again, and we will be back in about 4 minutes. Knowledge is an open source suite for business analytics that combines traditional data and big data sources into valuable and meaningful information. Our next speaker is Davide Vernassa, and from 2011, he's the UI designer and senior front-end developer within Knowledge Labs. A big welcome to you, Davide. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me well? Sorry? Okay. So, welcome to this speech about how to customize your data visualization with Knowledge. First of all, let me introduce 1 second who I am. As we heard before, I'm Davide Vernassa. I'm a front-end developer from the team Knowledge. And this is my email. If you have any doubt, please feel free to write me and to ask me everything regarding this speech. What is it, Knowledge? Knowledge, as we said before, is an open source suite for any modern business analytics. It's divided, as you can see, in 6 different modules. Each one of them is conceived for a specific analytical domain. Knowledge enables the main business intelligence analysis over traditional data and also big data sources. It allows to create interactive dashboards as well as static reports to plot business data over a map or an SVG file or a schema. It allows you to monitor business performances through KPIs and scorecard and enables predictive analysis and forecasts. And there is a module for each one of these capabilities, as you will see if you go on our site. Let's start with our topic. What does it mean to customize Knowledge? To customize Knowledge means that you can just think about the presentation of your data without worrying about something like the security of the platform or regarding how to get your data. This is something that Knowledge will think for you. You will just need to create your personalization, your customization, your specific widgets, depending on your knowledge about HTML or Python or JavaScript. You just need to focus on that. Knowledge will think on everything else. There are 4 main ways to customize Knowledge. The first one is to change the CSS of the platform. That is something that is very easy to do, and we will explain in a few minutes. You can create beautiful different widgets in your dashboards using HTML and CSS code, or Python code, or R code, or custom chart widget, taking the JavaScript code that you will find in many different charts libraries, and to put it inside Knowledge, giving your customization to that, connecting it to your data in a quite easy way. There are a lot of different widgets in Knowledge, and you can change the settings for any of them. But those are the most meaningful if you want to create something that will be very, very custom. Let's start with the CSS of the platform. We are using SCSS from the SAS language. SAS language is something that is syntactically awesome style sheet. Is a different way to write CSS code, and is something that will be easier to read, easier for you to change, because if you want to change a color in every part of Knowledge, you will not need to change the CSS for every part that you want to change. You will just need to change it once in the variables, and it will apply to all the platform. You will also see some other functions that are used to make something simpler, like, for example, to create backgrounds, to create borders, and something similar. If you are willing to change them and you have a little knowledge about CSS, it will be very, very easy. And this will be an example of a result. As you can see in the top left corner, you will see the standard Knowledge. In the other part, you will see a customized version of Knowledge with different colors, different icons, different logos, and different structure, but the functionality will be the same. just in a different presentation. Let's go to the HTML widget. The HTML widget is a tool that allows you to create your custom HTML code inside NoEdge. You saw in a website a very beautiful card. You want to create something similar, and you know how to manage with HTML and CSS. You can easily do it. The only thing that you are not allowed is to use JavaScript, because it will have security issues. But you are free to use anything from the HTML and CSS specification without any limits. NoEdge, as I said before, will give you a toolkit of tags that will allow you to easily reach your data, to easily customize your interactions. That will be something very easy to do with our tags that we will see later. This is the anatomy of the widget. As you can see, there is one editor for the CSS and one for the HTML. In the right side, you will see a list of helpers. You are free to choose from some of them, to put them inside your code, and the interaction, the data will come out from NoEdge without anything to worry about. What are those tags? Are tags for getting the data from the data set, from getting analytical values. You will also have something similar to the for cycle for those who knows JavaScript. You will be able to iterate through your data, to create calculated fields, to change the label according to the language of the user, to launch a selection or a cross navigation. All the interaction will be reachable via those tags. And those are some of the results that you are allowed to create. Those are just cards that we created in different moments. But as you can see, the graphical interface is very different from usual dashboard that we can see. It's something that we can control very much from the user interface side. Let's go to the Python widget. The Python widget is very similar to the HTML widget, but it is used to embed Python and R snippets, code snippets, directly inside a dashboard. This will allow you to use all the libraries available for Python and R and to create very complex data representation. And you will always be available to reach the NoEdge data using the data frame variable. You will just have to care about Python, not about reaching the data. You will get it easily with that variable. As you can see, the structure for the widget is very, very similar to the HTML. You will just have to give more settings. You will not have the HTML and the CSS, but you will be able to control all the Python part of the code. And you will also have some helper in the right side of the widget. Those are a few examples of what you can achieve using Python widget. Those are very complex charts with very complex algorithm behind, but you can easily add them via Python widget. Let's go to the latest child for NoEdge, that is the custom chart widget. The custom chart widget allows you to embed some specific JavaScript code from other libraries. For example, from iCharts, if you have the license, from Chart.js, D3, whatever you can embed inside, and you can create a very, very custom presentation of your chart. You just have to customize the settings and get the data from NoEdge. How will you get the data? We will allow you to use a complete set of API that will generate the data just as you need to embed it inside your chart. You have to get a little knowledge about JavaScript to use it, but I will ensure that it is very, very easy. You just have to take the demo and to customize them as your own need. This is the widget anatomy. It's divided into the CSS part if you want to customize it very hardly in the user interface part, the HTML, and the JavaScript code that will be the core of the item. You will not see the helper in the side because it's we have a very complex API behind. So you will see inside the documentation of KnowEdge all the available APIs, and you will be free to use them. Those are some examples of custom charts. It's something taken from charts, from Chart.js, and from D3. And are all different charts that are, some of them are available inside KnowEdge right now, some others are not. So you are free to add your custom to that. This is an example of using all the possible customization of KnowEdge. It's something that we created just for this SFScon. As you can see, the colors are different. We have a purple bar on the side, and we are using HTML widget in the top part. We are using a custom chart with bubbles, and we are using a Python widget with complex algorithm behind. And in this mashup, we are using all of the function, all the possibilities for the customization in KnowEdge. And we did the same for many different customers and for many different ideas that we had, and in different places of our history to create different mashup. And with very, very different customization, as you can see, there are many pictures, there are less pictures, there is something where data is more centric. You are free to do whatever you want, customizing your data. If you want to have more information, because I know that this has been really a rush and we don't have the time to go deeper in every topic we talked about, but for every information that you may need, you can go to the online documentation of KnowEdge. If you have any doubt, you can ask us inside our Q&A website. And if you want to go more deeper in our knowledge, you can subscribe to our newsletter and follow our free webinars. I know that in the future we will cover more in detail the customization part and the chart widget more deeply in the next few webinars. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I think that we still have a few minutes. Otherwise, you will find me in the room that will appear in the overlay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Davide, for your contribution. I always suggest to participants to open the discussion in the conversation room. I know that there is a new version of this conversation room, so try it out so we will know if it's working or if we need to go back to the old version, but I think that should work. So thank you very much, Davide, for your contribution again. And we will see each other in about 5-6 minutes. The last talk of this session will be one about another European project. The project is called FASTEN, and the goal is to be able to perform a more sophisticated analysis of security vulnerability propagation, licensing compliance, and dependency risk profiles. Our speakers, Professor Paolo Boldi is a full professor since 2015 at the University of Studio in Milan, and he's currently also the coordinator of the PhD program in computer science. He published over 100 papers, and he was also recipient of 3 Yahoo Faculty Awards and co-recipient of a Google Focus Award. He will present also some preliminary result of the European project. Big welcome to you, Paolo. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for your kind introduction. As the presenter said, can you see my slides? As the presenter says, I'm here to present the European project FASTEN that I'm a member of. I will first tell you what the project is about. And since we are at about half of the life of the project, I will report about some preliminary results we already obtained. Let me start with a motto that I think you know quite well, that the fundamental act of friendship among programmers is the sharing of programs. This is a sentence contained in the GNU Manifesto. And well, this is the inspiration of most of open source programmers. And today, this takes place in the form of sharing libraries. Today, libraries are made available on the internet, either on what we call repositories like GitHub or SourceForge or Bitbucket, or on what people call forges like Maven or CPAN. In fact, it is the internet that made the dream of collaborative development a reality, because today you can live on the shoulders of the giants, so to say, because when you write software, you're not alone. You can rely on ready-to-use, beautiful, smart libraries. This is, in my opinion, a sort of an industrial revolution applied to software development, because in a way, this is how division of labor is implemented in the software development world. Of course, with libraries come dependencies. Just to give you a concrete example, this is how a Maven project is described. You are writing a library, and then with the library come the dependencies, that is the libraries, the set of libraries this library depends upon. Of course, libraries come with a version, and typically dependencies come with a version also, or more generally with version constraints. And this in turn creates a number of transitive dependencies, because your library will depend on some library that on itself will depend on other libraries, and so on and so forth. And this creates what is usually called dependency graph. A dependency graph, in fact, is much more complex than a simple graph, because dependencies come in the form of constraints, so you don't have an actual graph. You have a more complex kind of hypergraph or network that boils down to a graph only when a package manager decides finally which precise version should be chosen for the building of a certain library at a certain point in time and with a certain context in mind. Now, what I described can be called the dependency heaven, right? You rely on an ecosystem of easy-to-use, well-written libraries that makes your life easier. But we all know that the dependency heaven can turn in a second into a dependency hell, simply because there is a bug or a security breach or a legal issue that concerns even just one single piece in the whole tower, maybe not in your dependencies, but maybe in some indirect transitive dependence you depend upon. So there are many examples of this dependency nightmare, as we can call it. Two very well-known incidents are the so-called left pad incident that affected millions of websites, and the even more infamous Equifax breach that costed more than $4 billion. These nightmares should warn us that we should be very aware of bugs or vulnerabilities in the dependencies of our libraries. Remember that this is like an epidemic, because suppose that there is a vulnerability in library D version 3.0 in this small excerpt of the dependency graph, then of course all these libraries are potentially infected. And well, this often also gives you some form of warnings. For example, GitHub issues security alerts about the dependencies that have been issued security alerts. But is this enough? Well, probably not, because the psychological reason why this is not enough is that we all know that most probably all of our software libraries depend on something that is vulnerable, but we don't care because we think that probably that vulnerability will not affect ourselves. It's like crying wolves. So we would like to provide a more precise report of the vulnerabilities in a software project, and this is the overall purpose of FASTN. The idea is quite simple. Suppose that you take this dependency graph, but you explode it at a function or method level. So now we can see the methods or function within each single package. Now, if you have a vulnerability on a specific function of a library, then you precisely know which functions of which libraries are affected. Not all functions are affected. And in this example, even if A depends indirectly on D, we can see that it is safe because it does not depend on the affected function. This kind of information would be much more valuable, also because it is more punctual, more precise, and for the developer, this would be very important. You could ask yourself things like, how many libraries would be affected if I removed or modify a certain method or interface? Or is my library compliant with the licensing of the libraries that I depend upon directly or indirectly? Or does this vulnerability really affect my code or not? Or which methods or function of my library are more central within a given ecosystem? What are the real bottlenecks? What are the critical points? We have this toolchain in mind that there are information published about projects and security alerts, and we will read these data streams, and a FASTN server will be able to build the call graphs of the new projects or the new version of old projects. It will store them, and there will be this analysis layer that will offer some APIs, some REST APIs, or some web user interface for continuous integration servers or for the final developers to be aware of the actual impact of everything is happening out there. Let me offer you some of the preliminary results we already obtained. First of all, from the server side. From the server side, the most important and critical component is the call graph generator. The call graph generator wakes up every time a new package is published, let's say on Maven, and what the purpose of the call graph generator is to analyze this new package, its source code, and produce a call graph that is then stored in the FastnDB so that it is ready for what we call call graph stitching. I will get back to this later. So in all this process, we first need a namespace to uniquely identify a function or a method, if you prefer, within a specific product and a specific version. For this reason, we developed a general URI with a scheme that is called FASTN that, as you can see in this small example, is able to uniquely identify a function or a variable or a field or a resource within a specific artifact. This is a generic format, but it can be specialized for specific languages. We did specialize it for Java, Python, and C, but you can do that for all languages. Once you have this format, you can think of a transport form for call graphs. We use JSON for transport, even if, of course, the call graphs are not analyzed and stored in this form. But this is the transport form for call graphs. And you can see from, as you can see from this example, these JSON objects contain here and there URIs referring to functions. Now, as I said, the first step is to generate the call graphs, and this is a language-dependent task, of course. We currently support 3 languages, Java, Python, and C. We use different tools for each of them. Some of them are static, some of them are dynamic, in the sense that they do a dynamic form of analysis, and some mix them up. All these parts, or these plugins, so to say, finally generate call graphs. As of today, we have analyzed many call graphs, especially for Java, but we also have some results for some preliminary results for C and for Python. You can read here the number of artifacts that have been already analyzed, and or more precisely for which the call graph has been extracted already. And then once you have the call graph extracted, you need to do something that is called call graph stitching. The idea is that we decouple package resolution from call graph generation. Essentially, every call graph contains some unresolved calls and some class hierarchies that are only partially specified. And only once you are in the resolution process, you know how to resolve the final calls. This is more or less the equivalent of linking, if you want. So once you have all these call graphs, you can stitch them together to form your real call level dependency graph. This is all stored in a database that contains both the graphs and the metadata. The graphs themselves are stored in a compressed version, as you will see in a second. But of course, already from the database, you can do queries like, I don't know, like the one you see here, to, for example, try to understand which packages have the largest number of functions, or which packages depend on a specific vulnerable package. But the new real thing that we have in FScon is graph analytics. Of course, to store these graphs, you need to use some compressed form. This is one of the reasons I am part of the project, because I am supposedly an expert on graph compression. And in fact, we have been able to compress call graphs at a very small footprint. Currently, we can store the whole Maven in 38 gigabytes, which is a quite astonishing result. When I say the whole Maven, I mean all the call graphs of all the artifacts of Maven. This is quite stunning. And the reason why we can do that is that, in fact, we have very good compression results for these kinds of graphs. Most of them can be deflated very well using the techniques we apply. I must go very fast on the client side highlights. We have a number of plugins that have been developed or are being developed. One of them is related to vulnerability analysis, and you can see from the picture how it works. And then we have, as I said, a partial implementation of REST APIs that exposes canned queries from the metadata database. We will eventually support the full database entity support, and also custom extension points for this. We are in fact well in the development of this plugin that is called Rapid, and it is a risk analysis and propagation infection for security and maintainability plugin. And also we are working on a license and compliance analysis plugin. We have a number of use cases that we are working on, or some of them are already at an advanced level of exemplification. And the future timeline, the project will end in the fourth quarter of 2021. So we will end everything we are doing now. There are very promising results already, as I tried to explain in my slides. And let's hope that in 2022 there will be a second release, second version of the project, because certainly there will remain a lot of work to do. But I think that network analysis will be the next step for the future of software development. So fasten your seatbelts. I'm ready to take your questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Paolo, for your contribution to SFScon. There are no questions at the moment, but I would like to remember to all participants and all viewers online that the Sun Virtual Conversation Room are open, even if the conference stops for today. So thank you very much again. And now I will start to close this session and close the day. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers, all the sponsors, all the technical staff, all the support staff, all the moderators in the online chat that we had backend that you don't see, and that made a lot of efforts to make this this conference possible, even if in this condition, even in this strange situation this year. So this is a very, if you think there are 20 years of SFScon conference, and this is the first time that we do something like this in a very different way from the other years. So I'm also very happy that I had the honor again to moderate some of the tracks of this edition. Another thing I would like to remember that SFScon continue tomorrow morning starting from 9 a.m. and there will be 3 tracks, parallel tracks. One will be legal, the other one is DevOps, and the third one is on business models. So I would like to thank all of you. I wish you to stay safe, to be healthy, and also to have a good Friday evening. Thank you for all of you.